Are we good? Should be. This looks a little odd. Okay. Okay, that should be good. Give it things a test over here. Okay, that should be good. Okay. Okay. Also, okay. Okay, fire. What were we doing? Yeah, we gotta get the link for this thing. Gotta get the link for this thing. Okay, cool. Got that. Where's the Discord at? Cool. One second, I need to text real quick and then we'll get the show on the road. Get this show on the road. Let's switch the overlay real quick so we can have our yap, right? Our pre-stream yap. We'll pause the music. We'll switch this. Right? Well, guys, what have we been talking about, right? Well, first of all, before anything. Shout out to the yellow lines, right? Shout out to the yellow lines as per usual, right? Ba-pink, ba-pink, ba-pink. Right? Shout out to the yellow lines as per usual. Just getting pixel fucked on a regular basis. But yeah, let's kind of start with some of the clips, yeah? What have we been talking about? SFP, potential like SFP. We're gonna failed auction at 105.7k. I guess we'll call them 1.8k. Like this zone. Be careful though, right? Because there's obviously some confluence building for move to end up here, so it could just kind of like blast through. So as per usual, have some patience, right? Don't get too caught up in the low time frame. Let some like structure develop. Yeah, agreed or disagree. First of all, right, bing, right to the line. Second of all, right, whether you're looking on the hourly, we'd swing fail this. Whether you're watching the 30-minute, we got the failed auction right at the level as we discussed. Correct, right? Agree or disagree. What do we talk about next, right? Let's unmute that. Personally, I just wait for the easier ones, right? Kind of wait for like us to like sweep below, like sweep, like clean the single prints. Below. Right, clean the single prints and the liquidity, right? Talked about this as well in advance, early, right? Ba-ping. Also, if you noticed, right, part of the reason why we watch CMEs for this exact reason, CME did clean both the single prints below before reversing. So sure, we did not grab them on derivatives or spot, but CME is priority. Also, note what we had written in this box. Let's just go find that thing. Right, the heart was at where? 102.351. Where did we wick down to? 102.358. $7 off. Right? Are you trying to understand? Are you guys trying to understand the math? Are you trying to understand the planning, the preparation? Is it making sense? Do you believe in the math yet? Or not? Right? What else did we talk about? People are buying, right? People are buying. And then the squeeze starts. And then the rest of the move up is buying from the shorts closing, right? The thing we were just talking about. It's not anybody actually buying. There's no like actual buy pressure. So as soon as the shorts are done closing out, then like the market's sitting up here in free flow, right? And it's like, is anyone trying to buy this? Like, hello? Is anyone trying to buy 106? And there's no one buying, right? And there's just a fucking immediate wave of sell pressure, just fucking nukes it right back down because there's no buyers up here. People are. Huh? What? What do we say? Yeah, we've been talking about the candle, right? We've been went all the way down to talking about a specific buying, right? Candle. Where's the other one? So okay, so like, let's imagine it's gonna happen at this level. Price is like coming up, and this is like the current candle. The candle like starts to go up quick because it's like a cascade, and like by the time the 30-minute candle closes, it's looking like this. It's like a tiny body closing beneath the level with like a big ass wick. Yeah. Obviously, not always in the 30 minutes, and right. Sometimes you make the push right as the candle's about to print. So in this case, we got it on the hourly, right? Big ass wick, tiny body below the single print level. So yeah. And this is the reason that why we do this is not to sit here and be like, oh, I was right, ha ha ha. More so to show you how easy this is, right, guys? It's just about having plans, being prepared in advance, and then executing your plans when the time comes if the data aligns, right? It's really not that difficult, really not that complicated. Everybody should be in both of these trades right now. Right, we've been talking about these for literal days at this point. Although I will say this move done a bit, or in terms of this move being done to the downside, I'm not particularly convinced just yet. Personally, because like one, we haven't finished cleaning the single prints on derivatives or spot, so like CME is not closed for the weekend, and we have the chance to roll over and clean this, right? And if anyone was watching the open interest stream, there is a lot of longs that got into this move. A lot of longs that got into this. Well over 9 figures worth of longs. And usually, you're not going to wait with that, right? Too many people got onto the rocket for the ride back up. So we got to eject them back out of the seats. So we'll not be surprised at all to kind of do something like this, right? Some kind of like head and shoulders type thing. Finish clearing the imbalances, stopping them out. Maybe even like a 3 drives, right? Something to that effect. Or we just end up going lower, right? Start to make the move lower, and like CME resumes with a gap to the downside, and like price close here, we open down here, and then we do the kind of like a dip the tip into the gap and start ripping lower on Friday, or sorry, Sunday evening. But yeah, overall interesting day, right? Overall interesting day. Everything kind of just going according to plan, everything following the math. Nice way to end the week. Boom, 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 boom. And now we'll just kind of chill. Now we'll kind of chill, unwind, see what happens on the futures resumption. Boom, boom, boom. Hopefully everyone's starting to believe in the math, believe in the planning, right? We copy and paste the same thing every time, right? Literally copy paste the same thing every time. We come here, copy paste this, toss it on the screen, and we say the same thing over and over, right? Identify levels. Step 1, being, right? We've been talking about these 2 levels for like 4 days. 2, look for edge. There's plenty of edge in both these trades from this list. Bang, ba, bong. So hopefully everyone's sample size continues to grow. Start to get more comfortable taking these trades, start to understand what's really going on here. Speaking of which, let's check up on some of this data. Hopefully you have a nice chill stream, lots of reading gets done. Let's kind of get caught up on all this data first. Also, shout out to the math, right? Shout out to the math as well. How many times do we talk about kind of turning the golden pocket into resistance or support? Bing, bing. Right, just mathing, more math going on. What's up there? Our levels 2. Really? Are they even? I was gonna say, that makes no sense. What to say? So let's kind of clean these levels up now. Don't need this box anymore. Don't need this. Also, let's remember to mark this thing out. 3, hello, 3. How are you, my boy? Get rid of this now. Get rid of this. Don't need these anymore. Great, we called it to a T. 6,500. Yeah, did you take that thing? Lots of ways to play it too, right? If you didn't get filled like at the level or like anywhere in this range, could have just been tugged in like the failed auction too. Lots of opportunities to get in that thing. But yeah, everything kind of going as planned, right? That's why we prepare. Just doing the math. Well, I'm curious. I suspect we're going lower. I don't know if it'll be on the weekend or Monday, but too many longs got into the move here, right? Took a short from exactly 106.5 and TP at 102.5k. Very nice. Yeah, that's super juicy then. You got like the whole move basically. Damn near pixel perfect. Shout out to Aronas. There's a lot of longs open here, and a little too many for my liking. Making me a little paranoid, to be honest. I suspect we're gonna be stopping them out. In the ideal world, it reverses when nobody gets into the move. That's like the best time to be getting into the long when no one's in it. Man, I'm grateful to the YouTube algorithm for recommending your channel. There's so much useful information both in your channel and the Discord. I started to believe in the math. Thank you for your work. No, thanks. Shout out to you. I'm not, you know, it's up to you guys to like to learn these things, right? So like if you're putting in the time and effort to learn it, then shout out to you. I'm not doing anything special. I'm glad we can help out, right? We can all sit here juicing on these trades together. Just laughing. Laughing from our ivory tower at the noobs. Don't believe in the math. Turning people into math believers. Shout out to the yellow lines. Yeah, I know, right? Shout out to the yellow lines. You guys believe in the yellow lines yet? Imaginary yellow lines? Are you guys starting to believe? Just non-stop. Just bing, bing, bing. Well, we gotta start planning for the next trades now. We gotta be prepared. Cause I'm fully expecting, like, I don't know, like something like this to happen. Or this. Yeah, assuming this area is even gonna hold in the first place. Also, shout out to the 1.25 extension, right? Let's not forget this and some more math here. Pink. Probably don't need this anymore, y'all. Put the lower one for the lower time frame. Out of curiosity, what happened on OKX? Also a lot of longs down here on OKX, interesting. Because you guys see how easy this is, right? You're starting to understand how easy this crap is, right? You just avoid like the ding dong, like 1 minute scalper retail arena, right? Everyone's in here fucking freaking out over like a $10 move. Just wait, right? Wait till it comes to the other side, and you're just sitting here chilling, prepared. Ba-bum, ba-bum. Cooling, taking it easy, relaxing on the beach. Everyone's in there stressing out, can't get their eyes off the chart. We just set an alarm up here and down here and do nothing. Go AFK. Bum, 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 bum. I was gonna look up. Oh yeah. How did daily close as well? Whoops. Just close the chat. How do we get that thing back open? Okay, cool, we're back. Got it back. The other thing is ETH never swept the lows, right? So it makes me even like more convinced we're still going lower. Cause I don't think Solana did like either, right? And then he's like all swept like the high time frame lows. Solana kind of did, yeah. Couple questions about what this trapped short or longs mean. Let's find an example. Do we have a good example? Okay, here. Okay, so today price like shot up here, right, in this area, like, but bing. Okay, well, let's just sit back and think about fundamentally how things are supposed to be working here first of all, right? Also, just by the way, shout out to the swing failure pattern, the value area low, right? We have literally songs about this. But anyways, we'll ignore that and we'll stop trolling for now. In the ideal world, you're opening longs at the bottom of like some range and shorts the top, yes? Ideally, that's where you want to be entering. If you're not like assuming you're at your computer ready to take the trade. If not, then yeah, you have to kind of wiggle your way in the middle of the move. In this case, right, we're making the move up, and people are opening longs up here. And let's just look at an example of that. So like these candles is like this sequence, right? You can see that there's like 440 Bitcoin, 417 Bitcoin, 260 Bitcoin opening on like these candles. Like, this is not the exact same. Actually, yeah, I guess it is, whatever. But anyways, the point is these people are like opening pretty big longs on like towards the top of the move, right? Like we're expecting a rejection in the zone. For anyone that was here yesterday, you remember this was like the no bear zone. We even put the emojis. We had this thing on here, right? This is like the bear lockdown defense zone. They had to do it here. Except not everybody's getting squeezed out. So they're opening longs in the most likely spot to reject, right? And everyone's looking at this, not just me. Everyone's looking at this data. We're just looking to see when people are about to top long, as we call them, right? Top longers or bottom shorters. That's the meme. So they open longs up here, and then price immediately goes lower, right? So these people that open the longs up here are now are trapped. They're underwater, right? And unless we start to go back up, that continues to be true. And then the lower we go, the more that they all start to get trapped. So, yeah. You're like holding them hostage, basically, right? Like they open the trades where they shouldn't have, And then like the next question after that is like, okay, that's not a completely unreasonable thing to do to open a long here. If you're anticipating the breakout is one thing, but it's another thing to open a long up here and not manage your stop loss, like get stopped out, break even, or for a tiny loss. So when you see that they're not doing that and price starts to go lower on them and they're not closing their longs, then they run it down on you even harder, right? But they force you to close. And the inverse is for shorts, right? 'Cause like down here, for example, a bunch of shorts open and now they're trapped. So once we start to go lower, they're sitting underwater in their trades. So like right now, everyone's waiting to see what's gonna happen with these longs. Cause like let's say we do a pullback to like, let's say we come back to the point of control, right? And you usually expect to pull back into this box. Like that's the typical, like price goes up, usually it comes back and undoes. Like, cause like, what does this mean, right? It means that you undid 75% of the move. It's pretty normal, right? It's like let's just assume the market is efficient and it's going to be trending up or down in some direction. You still expect it to undo most of the move, and like that slight imbalance of bullishness is what causes it to then continue upwards. So you're expecting to come undo at least 70 to 80% of the move, or like 60 to 80% before continuing. So everyone's anticipating a pullback here right now. I'm sure everyone's looking at the same thing, especially given the fact that yesterday's point of control is right there. So if we come down here, everyone's gonna be watching. Like, are these longs closing out? Like, do they have their stop loss break even or not? And if they don't, I wouldn't be surprised at all if we start to roll over on them. Especially given how many longs are open here, right? Like, no free lunches. The fact that everybody got into the long at the exact same time makes it more likely that we're gonna go lower. And like that's why you see like head and shoulders happen, or like 3 drives. Like let's say we go and stop them out, and then on this bounce again, a bunch of longs get in. Then you do another third drive. Like that's like how that pattern kind of develops. So kind of like which variation it is, kind of just depends on what the open interest is looking like. Okay, thanks. No problem. No problem. Kind of a rant. Don't know if that made sense, but the TLDR, it's kind of just when people misposition themselves and don't manage risk. That's what leads to people trapped. The simplest explanation, I think. The chart I showed, it's Exo charts. Exo charts. This is not free. You do have to pay for that, but definitely like a worthwhile tool in my opinion, because you can see the open interest for like in like not even just Bitcoin, right? For trading like Solana or ETH or like WIF, you can see the open interest on like every exchange, exactly where people are opening, closing positions. It's like the streams that I've been leaving on throughout the day, so I can like look at it if I'm not home. Also, like a lot more features that TradingView doesn't have. Like the footprint candles are like way more in depth. You have like level 2 data. You have like all like the footprint candle statistics. Different kind of charts that TradingView doesn't support. Like also like I mean you can monitor CVD on like free source like services like Velo Data and whatnot or Coinalyze. Like also like, monitor CVD on there. Also keep in mind that like there is no like one thing that we look at and it's like, oh, like there are trapped longs here, therefore we must go lower 100%. Like, it never works like that, right? Everything kind of changes the probabilities. There's no certainties. Because there'll times when you'll see where a bunch of people get trapped and then it ends up like blasting off and like grouping even higher kind of thing. So you kind of want to be mindful of like how, first of all, like the nominal amount of how many people got trapped. Like, was it $10 million of people getting trapped, or was it like 100 million, or half, like half a billion, etc. Amongst other things. Because at the end of the day, like you need people that are doing this, right? You need people that are like longing the top, like doing like aggressive market orders. It's like, let's say like me and you're in the market and you have like a limit order to sell and I have a limit order to buy, and it's at different prices. Well, if neither of us market order, the market's never moving, right? So somebody has to market order up or market order down for the price to move. Which is why we measure market orders with CVD, etc. See like the rate of aggressive buying, aggressive selling. Is it increasing, decreasing, staying constant? Is it diverging from the current price, like direction of price? If you guys don't know what I'm talking about, we'll just throw a little CVD cheat sheet on the screen. Quick little Google. And you can see the CVD anywhere. Like you can go on like Velo Data, Coinalyze to see it for free. And also you need to be watching it for like both the spot market and derivatives. What are we missing here? Missing something. Also, pretty interesting news today, right? Seems like we might actually be getting rate cuts pretty soon. Sooner than expected. Where did that go? Hmm. Anyways, get rid of that, get rid of that, get rid of that. I wonder how these alts did today. Kind of gotta look at the rest of the alts. Don't need this anymore, yeah? I had this on here from like February or something. Don't need that. Should we do another alt stream? Another alt stream nerd on the weekend? I think most of you guys weren't around, but we did a massive planning stream for a lot of these alts back then. Might be time to do it again. If Bitcoin does nuke to like the 90s, we're probably gonna get some pretty juicy buy opportunities on some of these things. Pretty juicy. Time to reload the bags. Interesting, why is this thing sending again? The hell? Since already at 16%, it's been 40 minutes. What the hell? Interesting. Interesting, what the hell happened here? Incredibly odd that is. We'll leave this nice and zoomed in. Does a failed auction mean? Well, if we go to the good old Googles, put in the failed auction trading, and we have a lot of things you can read about it. But the most simplistic thing. Like what is the market, right? Just like a giant auction. It's just the price is just an advertisement. Seeing people respond to it or not. And typically, you form these like value areas, right? And these are like higher time frame ones, but like essentially like wherever like volume builds, like you're building value and price. And value just being like agreement / balance. Like here, like people were generally, you can say the market was in agreement that the price should be somewhere near like 104, 105, because it's not moving away from it. So when the auction fails, means that like the tries to like auction towards a higher price outside of the value, and it gets rejected. So in this case, it tries to put like if it's not gonna get rejected, it keep putting higher highs in, right? But in this case, like it put in a higher high, and then it tried again and failed, put in a lower high. So like this right here is like what you kind of see as a failed auction. It's like the typical version of it. There's different kind of versions. Like sometimes it'll like go up and do like a higher high and like sweep some level, and then just like nuke lower, along with other types. But this is like the main one, right? And like the TL, the easiest way to think about it is just like a structure change at the edge of value, like at the value outside the value area high. Boom, 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 boom. Lots of ways you can trade it, right? You can like get filled on the fib here on the initial pullback, assuming there's like some edge for you to take the trade here where you think it's gonna start to form. You can take the breakout of the neckline if you're like trading like low time frame order flow. You can take the pullback here on this fib, coming into this box or somewhere in this region, right? Or if you're like hella passive, you can like, it's not confirmed until like this breaks, right? Because at that point you have like a full on lower highs and lower lows. So you can get in on the break of this level. But yeah. Same thing in reverse to the downside. If it were to come down here, like we might be doing one right now, right? Technically. Possibly. A bit too early to tell, but there's a lot to read online about it, right? If you just kind of Google what we just searched up. A lot more to read about it. There's a lot more like that's a kind of like a TLDR 5-minute explanation, but there's like a lot more to it than that. Or you can read like markets in profile. Kind of discusses the concept in there. Essentially, it's just a rejection trying to leave the current value range. In which case you expect to come to the other side of value. That's the other thing. Like that's it. Like this is the current volume node. So if you try to like leave the value area high and it gets rejected, then you expect to come to like the low. And you'll see on all kinds of time frames, right? Because this is like a lower 30-minute example, but like look what we did today. We tried to go higher, did like a failed auction up here on like the 4-hour time frame. Then we came right down to the other side of value. Then we tried to go back up again, and then on the lower time frame, if you look up here, we did another failed auction, right? Let's just zoom in and look at it. The same kind of thing happened. Fuck, where's the pencil? And then again, we came right back in, down to the other side of value again. Boom, 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 boom. So super common, you see all the time. All kinds of different time frames too, right? Like this is like a massive one on the 4-hour. And we came all the way down to the other side of value. Like if you want to train your eye to kind of be mindful of seeing them, like where they're happening, like identify levels where they can happen. So that kind of involves familiarizing yourself with volume profile tools. Because that's what you expect them to happen at the edges of these nodes. At the edges of the nodes. Makes sense, yeah. Yeah. It's like one form of edge, structural edge, and that's this one case of structure. Can also do swing fail patterns, 3 drives, like head and shoulders or tridents, whatever you want to call them. Like diamonds, wedges, all kinds of stuff, right? I'm sure most people are familiar with the patterns to some extent. But the first step in all that is identifying levels, right? Identifying levels of interest. Because when you see these things start to happen at your levels, then it's like, oh, okay, interesting. You start paying attention. Then you start to see like divergences on the oscillators, or like like CBD, or like the open interest, like there's people getting trapped up here, etc. The trade kind of writes itself at that point, right? At least that's the way I look at it. Not everyone trades the way I do. There are people that sit here and just like, I don't know. They're sitting here on the 1 minute chart and they say, oh, when the 10 EMA crosses the 20 and the MACD flips, I'm entering the trade. And that's just what they do over and over and over. Which is fine, I guess, right? It's some like super mechanical, thoughtless process of trading, but I think you can do a little bit better than that, personally. I'm just some random guy on the internet, though. Don't know shit. Just in here, a yappin'. A gold end up. Mm. Okay. I'm really hoping we go lower. I'm hoping we go way lower, right? I want to see some 92, 91, 88K Bitcoin people freaking out, selling me their bags at a discount. Reloading on some juicy spot bags, open up some big juicer leverage trades. That would be the dream. Also, let's kind of look at some traditional market stuff, right? Today was options expiry. See how some of these things ended up doing. God damn. Shout out to hymns. Nothing particularly interesting here. God damn, what happened here? Y'all got any questions or anything we should be nerding out on? Kind of group nerd out? If not, I'm about to be nerding out myself. Trying to learn the next thing. And then I'll pass it down, right? Pass the knowledge on. Was this on? Solana. Boom, 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 boom. Very curious to see the reaction if we come down here. Because it's going to depend on if these longs close or not. If they like close out before we get here, and then there's like some kind of like CBD bull dip or something, then potential long opportunity for anyone that's not on a long, and that'll be a time for me to get in some alt trades. If not, then we're gonna be sitting on our hands for a little bit. I don't think. I mean, is there any kind of shorts potentially brewing here and anywhere? We're a little late to be short in these alts, I'd imagine. We aren't our big juicy Bitcoin short though, so that's all I really care about. Put an alarm here just so we are prepared. Put a couple. Anything will short say pretty soon, yeah? That thing is doing some kind of nasty stuff right now. Might be a little late for that. Say it's getting a little nasty. Interesting. We'll definitely put an alarm up here if this thing comes up here. Definitely potential short brewing in that zone. Let's look at some of the other data for say. Oh, so let's figure out what's going on here. Why is this thing sending like this? What did we miss? Selected as a candidate for Network for Wyoming's stablecoin pilot program. Okay, makes sense. I was deserving for a massive pump just for being a candidate, but hmm. We'll keep an eye on it. We'll keep an eye on this thing. Let's get a look at the open interest for that thing. Interesting. Yeah, maybe we'll wait a bit. There's a lot of shorts to squeeze out on that thing. I want to hop in front of a freight train and get rolled over trying to short it. When do they open these trades? Wait, really? Two, three. Oh, what a difference in the contracts. What the hell? Coinbase is already up to these highs. Quite this premium on spot for this. What the hell? Interesting. Most of the shorts should be closing here, assuming they're like managing their risk, right? So now they're able to get to round trip this whole trade and then go underwater. They should be closing at this point of control. Okay, we'll keep the Binance chart open, more relevant for derivatives. Fuck. Okay. Definitely a short brewing here, to say that much. So there's gonna be a massive like CBD divergences too. We'll ignore that. If I was being super lazy, I would just like have like a limit set like here. I'd rather not. So, who knows when these people are gonna close? I'd rather just kind of be there in the moment, no blind limits. I suspect this is gonna be the more probable one. Because if these people all close, it's gonna like kind of squeeze the last bit of the move. And it's the top of like the higher time frame volume nodes like right there. We'll see though, we'll give it some time. Let's put an alarm on this chart. Assuming it never even makes it there. Assuming it even makes it there. That'd be quite the move. This thing's already what? $20%? To make it up there, it's another like what? A little unlikely. We'll leave it there for whenever it happens, it happens. Maybe it's like tomorrow, the day after or something. Boom, boom. Y'all got any questions? Or nah? Or nah? How does liquidity maps work? Like to show different maps for each exchange. What does that mean? How can we use that? Yeah, let's just kind of find an example of one. It depends. Like, well, first of all, like these are not like they're like algorithmically estimated. They're not like exactly precise, but they're generally quite fairly accurate. But don't like say you're thinking like it has to go to the exact pixel. But how does what are they estimating? It's like where people like are gonna get liquidated. So like let's say you opened, I don't know. Okay, so like here a bunch of people open shorts. Yes, like that's why it's starting to build now. Once it got up to the zone. So now liquidity is like building up here. This is the 48-hour one. So let's say you open like a 50x leverage short up here. Well, if the price comes into the zone, like you're gonna get liquidated. So yeah, it's kind of giving like a heat map of where those liquidations exist. In terms of different exchanges, each exchange is different, right? Like people may be opening shorts on like Binance here, and people may have been opening shorts on Bybit like up here. So like the liquidation levels are gonna vary from exchange to exchange. you usually want to be paying attention to the higher volume exchanges, because like I can go look at like everything, right? I can go to like Bybit, BitGet, Gate, OKX, like MEXC, etc. I can just go down the list, BingX, blah blah blah. But usually like the more relevant ones are like the higher volume exchanges, right? Because like let's say on Binance, this might be like $100 million worth of liquidations. Whereas on another exchange, there might be like $2 million worth of liquidations. Like this is not particularly relevant. And some exchanges like don't even have like there's no liquidations in that area. Like, no one took trades in this zone. And then how you can use it? The way I normally use them, like for instance today, right? Like if you go to the start of the stream, there's like a red box down here. So like one, you can use them to like your TPs that you want to be TPing into these. Or two, like you want to get in after the liquidation's done, right? It comes through, squeezes them out, and then like reverses. Not always the case, right? Let's not forget, nothing is guaranteed, but you'll see it a lot where it comes to like today, for example. Like just look at the one from earlier today. Let's like zoom out a little bit. Let's delete this. Take a screenshot of this. Whoops. So like the move up today came up and like grabbed all this, like the most yellow portion of it, and like reversed. So you can like look to be entering trades like once this move is done. And most people are targeting for the TPs, so that's like the main two use cases. Like one, TPs, two, entering trades. And also like you want to make notes of like where it's yellow, for example, right? Because sometimes you'll see that, like today, for example, like I have it written in these boxes. Like you'll see it. Where is it? Like here, for example, like the heart. When I put like heart at some number, it means like that, like let's say this was liquidity cluster, and there's a yellow portion here. Like that's like the heart of it. That's where the most liquidations are. Because a lot of times you'll see it'll go to that part and just ding ding. It'll go to the exact part. Like the one today did exactly that. It didn't clear the whole box. So you want to be mindful of that to be prepared in case it doesn't go through the whole thing. So it doesn't like catch you off guard. And also helps you like identify areas where like acceleration can occur, right? Because the thing is, a lot of times when price gets into these, like it starts to like melt through, right? Because like let's say you're in a long and you're getting like liquidated, like a long closing is the equivalent to like a sell. And the inverse is true for a short getting closed, it's a buy. So like if the spot market is like dumping on you and you get to the liquidation zones, then all these positions start closing and it makes the move even like faster. And then you'll notice that a lot of times there's like multiple of these like chained together. And it'll just be like brrrr, like liquidate everybody, right? It's like a cascading liquidation, they call it. Or these boxes will be formed like with like cascading price action. Like you'll see this, right? Let's say let's say what the price was coming up, and it did like a bunch of like marginal higher lows, but none of them ever got swept. And it's quite likely there's stop losses at all of these. So once like the first stop losses get tagged, it pushes the price into the second ones, and then it pushes it into the third ones, and then it pushes it into the fourth ones. And then it's like it's cascading stop losses, and the price just starts to like accelerate downwards. So I use it for TPs, potential trade entries, and also to be mindful of like areas we can melt down. Because like right here, for example, there's two pretty big liquidations, right? There's one at like from 100 to 993. There's another one from here, 984 to 968. And I also know that if we go look at like the volume profile for this price action, there's a huge volume gap here, right? From like 102 to like 97. Just like pair that and the fact that these boxes are here, like I'm fully anticipating a world where we just melt through the zone quick, right? Just like a 30-minute candle, 1 hour candle just melts through here. It's not gonna catch me off guard. Like I'm prepared for that already. So you want to kind of have an idea of where acceleration can occur, so it doesn't catch you off guard, right? Like moves like this, they don't catch you off guard. You're already anticipating them, because that's how they happen. Volume gaps, liquidations, people panicking out of their positions, right? Because let's say you got into like a long here and you're like euphoric, didn't take any profit, it's greedy as hell, and now price starting to come down. And you're like, oh fuck, fuck, oh it's gonna bounce, oh shit, oh fuck, and then they start to close their trades, right? As the people that are here are getting liquidated, so it's like even more sell pressure, and then you just like, get these like mega nukes. They all just chain together. But in general, like the market like moves towards these areas, right, where there's like high liquidity, because the people that are trading like lots of money need it, right? You want to like be trading into those zones so you don't get like wrecked by slippage. Is the picture still here? Like imagine you wanted to sell a bunch of Bitcoin, right? You have a bunch of spot Bitcoin that you want to sell, and there's like no liquidation like squeeze like this occurring. Then as you sell, price is gonna go down. But if you sell your Bitcoin as this is happening, it's like these shorts getting squeezed are buying, right? So price keeps going up, and like, it keeps pushing into the sell walls. So like you're not pushing the price down as you sell, so you're getting like minimal slippage on your orders. So a lot of like the larger players like look for these zones to execute their trades. Seems like you're very prepared for every scenario, and that's what everyone is, right? Not just me. If you're not, that means you're not prepared enough. This is like the most lucrative profession on earth. A game that has been around for hundreds of years, right? People were trading like rice grain futures like in the 1700s. Also trading against massive financial institutions, etc. So everybody's prepared and planned, right? Taking it as serious as possible. Need someone who can make highlights from your streams. Yeah, possibly. I don't know if can't imagine anybody would want to sit here and watch all this and make clips. 4 hours a day of their life gone just sitting through this video. But yeah, you know, you need to be thinking like, who are you trading against, right? Do you think it's just some like random like college student, or someone who takes it extremely seriously? At the end of the day, only like 5% of people, if that like trade or like retail traders make money. It's for a reason. Not complicated though, right? Not complicated. I'm sure if you guys have been watching, you're kind of like picking up on things. Don't need to be the best either. That's the other thing. As long as you're like patient, manage risk. It's like most of it. Prepared, patient. Yeah, like that's why I have all this stuff on my chart though, right? In terms of being prepared, like yeah, it looks a little chaotic sometimes, like having like a million like different like lines and whatnot. Where's this thing? In terms of indicators, I don't really use that much, right? Just volume profile, the TPO, the volume, VWAP, and then like 4 oscillators. But when I have everything turned on, it looks like chaotic as hell, right? But the thing is, like in the moment during the day when we're trading, like I don't have to go back and look at the chart from like a month ago to know like what's exactly going on. Like I know right away, like okay, there's like a bunch of lows to be swept here, big liquidity box, there's a naked point of control here, single prints, blah blah blah. Just makes it a lot faster. Also kind of helps me like stay, like not get too carried away, like level to level at the end of the day. Like before we get here, we gotta get past this, so on and so forth. Like marking out poor highs on the TPO, poor lows, etc. Bum, 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 bum. Bum. Thing is, I tried to do like clips. But for me, even for me, it was too much. I'm like, fuck this. I'm not watching all that crap. I'm watching all that shit. Cause there's an app called, it's called Glasp, where it, like kind of makes transcriptions of the videos. So what I wanted to do was get the transcription from the video, toss it into ChatGPT, and then have it make a like a summary, so I can at least put like chapters on the video, right? So it's like okay, at like 22 minutes, you talk about this, so on and so forth. But like, it couldn't do it. It's like too much text. Even when I sent it like manually through code. Maybe I need a higher ChatGPT plan. I'm not sure. Like normally what I do, if I ever go back to video, I go based on the chat. Cause like I'll remember that somebody asked me something, and then I'll go find like the portion in the chat where they asked it, and then like kind of reverse engineer it that way. What was that for? Yeah, watch your whole stream sometimes and just skip until you speak or until new chat. Yeah, I do the same thing. Same boat. But a lot of times there's no one like here doing anything, right? So I'm not just gonna sit here like mindlessly speaking to myself about something I already know. So I kind of enjoyed that way. Like I don't know if I would like streaming, to be honest, if I was sitting here like every single evening just talking like 4 hours straight. So I do like reading stuff and like learning, right? Like just as like everyone's here learning things, I'm also learning things as we go, trying to like improve. But it is good practice though, because my speech skills have gotten quite poor. So it is nice to sit here and speak. I don't trade at home alone, no human interaction every single day. Some kind of camaraderie. Also helps me, right? The fact that I'm like sitting here constantly like reinforcing things helps me kind of stick to my plans as I articulate them. And also like the more questions people ask, the more that like different scenarios we cover, right? Because what if someone asks me like, "What do you think about this trade?" And we like go like look at it and we're planning to prepare for that situation. Because as much as like I sit here and do give things thought, like I'm sure there's things I miss. Not perfect. And I'm sure people also know things I don't know, right? I'm sure people will like teach me stuff. There's so much to learn, right? There's people that trade like completely different from what I do. I'm gonna get some water real quick, reload the water cup as we sit here waiting. I don't know if we're gonna get a particularly volatile weekend. I kind of hope we do, right? I really hope that we clean these like imbalances on the derivatives while CME is closed. Anyways, we'll see. Do I trade futures like NQ or gold? No. Could. I started on this though, so I never really like never kind of moved away from it. But I do watch them though, right? I always have like the futures open. I always watch them on the 5 minute here. I always watch the 30 minute here for like all like the indexes, etc. Always watching gold. So you have a pretty good idea what's going on. I got like all the options data for Nasdaq and S&P like every day. So a pretty good idea how they're gonna be moving, or at least a more probable path they're gonna follow. Would be cool though, because the thing about Bitcoin is it's kind of a pain in the ass to trade. Like I don't know, it's kind of worth it, but at the same time, there's a lot of data to monitor, right? Because like, let's say you're trading CME like futures, like you're just looking at the CME data feed, right? Like there is no other, like CME is the exchange. There's no other like exchange impacting this. Whereas when you're trading like Bitcoin, like you have to watch like Binance, Bybit, Coinbase, like spot versus derivatives, like the coin margin contracts versus like the regular like USD margin contracts, blah blah blah. Now I have to watch Hyperliquid as well. So essentially, it's like you're monitoring a lot more data. But it's kind of worth it in some cases because there's things you can kind of certain patterns you notice when certain exchanges are doing certain things and others are not. Like there's a resulting behavior that happens in price action. So like there is some edge to be derived from that, even though it is a pain in the ass. That's why I got that big ass monitor, so I can see everything. Watch it like a hawk. And they tell the same kind of stuff though, it's a thing. It's like generally the same kind of, everything carries over, like all the concepts carry over. Just identifying levels of interest, identifying imbalances, looking at the order flow. Pretty curious though, pretty curious what it'd be like. Cause like gold, for instance, like we've been watching gold for a while, and like we've been like calling this thing, like even though we're not trading it, we're like pretty damn spot on with all these moves and like likely spots to reverse in right now. It's a point that it seems like too fucking easy, right? Like seems like a joke. I suspect because the math is like it's such like a high volume, high market cap asset, like the math is more reliable than the rest. Shout out to the Maya. Average number of trades per month. Hard to say. Hard to say. Because it really depends like what kind of trades I get into. If, for instance, like this past week, I only took 2 trades, right? Like in this short and this long. And I was just sitting here for the whole week. But that depends. Like, I also like will sometimes like let's say I'm in those 2 big ass trades. I'll like scalp on like another exchange kind of thing, or like a different kind of margin contract, so I don't have to like affect those positions. But I would say, I would look at it like this. I would say every day there's probably, at least for the way I trade, like 2, 4, like 2 to 6 opportunities a day to like enter a trade. Something to that effect. Yeah, something like that. Also, this week's a little different. This week's a little different because normally I don't open like such massive positions. But because it was FOMC, I wanted to have like pretty big trades in case that we did some like crazy ass move. And I'm still in this like massive like my schlong today. Like I ended up closing out like where was the value area high yesterday? I think it was like around here, and the golden pocket was there. So once you kind of came down, I just like took profit on that rest of that position, and I got back in here. But it's more of like this point's more like a hedge for the short because this short is like mega juicing right now. So it's a bit like an insurance premium on that thing. But it is also in profit, so like in worst case, I can get stopped out, break even on the long attempt. Normally I don't open such massive trades. But if I wanted to get nasty with it, right, like on the lower time frames, yeah, you can get an opportunities all the time, right? Like the might be, like we were talking about this like earlier, way earlier, like potential like failed auction, right? Now we're doing one in the lower time frame. Boom, 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 boom. And the other thing that it also depends on is like a lot of times like I'll get into a trade and this is like an example with somewhere where this would have happened. Whatever. Like the idea is that like okay, let's say price is like coming down. I'm expecting it to like bounce here, and price like comes and does like ding, and I get in like I don't know, on some like low time frame structure change like in this area. Then like you draw a fib and the golden pocket's like right there, and you're like fuck, I'm about to get got, I'm about to get stopped out break even, right? And it comes and gets you, and it starts to go, and then you like chase it whenever it flips like the other golden pocket kind of thing. So like, there'll be times where I'll like be getting in and out of the same trade attempt like 2, 3, 4 times because I'm getting stopped out break even like over and over trying to get like a secured entry. Did I add to my short? No, no. Things like pretty fat as is. I don't want to add any more. I'm just gonna bring down my average price. Also, not guaranteed to reverse here, right? Could have easily just done this and started to go, or like pulled back a little bit and like bounced to this zone. Cause like both had a chance, right? Like yeah, we got rejected up here, sure. But we still had a chance to like bounce and continue to move. Cause a lot of shorts open up here, right? So like sure, they open their shorts here and they're juicing on their trades. But then it bounces and then they get squeezed out. And there's way more people to squeeze up here, right? So it's a bit too risky to like add at that point. And things are already like big enough. Like I don't. This is I only open trades of this size like on FOMC. I've 7 figures of margin in this trade, so don't want to be in a position where like I just piss that away on like a adding and then it bounces because my average price is like now here. Plus I don't know, adding to trades like um like me, I'd rather like just like open a new trade on a different kind of margin or different exchange than like fuck with whatever the current one I have is. Unless like I need to like reload the position because I've shaved a lot. Because like, it starts to fuck with the math, right? Or, like, at least the math that I'm keeping track of in my head in terms of like where how everything's looking. Because like let's say I shave like 20%, 20%, 20%. I know there's 40% left in that trade. And then if I want to shave more, I know I'm doing it based off that remaining 40%. But if I start to add to the position, then like that those numbers start to get skewed, and it just like makes it difficult for me to keep track of. Maybe I'm just stupid. I don't know. I will do it though. Like you'll see. Like there's definitely times when I add like when was it? We had like a pretty big long running into like the FOMC in May. But I was like building that position up over time. Started off with like 40 Bitcoin, then it was like 60, and then it was like 80. So like I was like adding to as we went. Whenever it seemed like a correct time to add. So I will do it from time to time. But usually only the case where I've shaved a lot from the position already and it's looking real slim. Got you. Yes, sir. I don't have a lot of money to trade. Is it good to get started with the prop firm? Yeah, probably. And the thing, I've never used one, so I'm not really sure about what the rules are. And from my understanding, it seems like some of them have some pretty like rules that maybe you wouldn't want to be trading with. Like they'll force you to take like 2 trades a day or something like that. I'm not sure if that's true, by the way. Like obviously look into the rules yourself and see if anything kind of makes you a little suspicious. But in general, the concept of it, yeah, like why not, right? And the fact that they take some of your earnings definitely sucks, because they take a lot. Someone was in here asking me about it, and I remember researching it. They take 10% of your earnings, which is that's a sizable amount, right? Because we have to consider taxes as well. Like, I pay over 50% tax where I live, so like I'm getting literally half my money stolen by the government, and then these people want to take another 10%. Are you fucking kidding me? Fucking nuts. But it is a good way to get like access to capital. firms are just to build your own capital. It's a live account. Yeah, that's the way I see it. It's like if once you have enough, there's no point, right? Like the option is I either give 10% of my money up or I don't. So I don't think anyone is gonna go down 10% route if they don't need to. Good morning, my boy. How's the day treating you? Pretty good, pretty good. Just kind of everything going according to the plan. Just a regular day, really. The math is mathing. That's my plan. How's your day going? No, I will say though, I'd imagine like for some people, what's it called? I imagine some people like feel very differently trading like 50,000 of their own dollars versus 50,000 of like a prop firm that you paid like, I don't know, wherever the test fee is to access it. So I'd imagine it's probably like a pro to a lot of people as well in that regard. I would just look into the rules though, because I was somebody else in here was saying as well, like for instance, like on the prop firm that they're using, they have to close out their trades by the end of the day every day. Which like, me personally, I wouldn't like that. Like if they force me to do a certain amount of trades per day, and I have to also pull my positions at the end of the day every day, like could I make it work? Sure, but I'd rather not do it that way. It's like unnatural to the way I trade. So I definitely like read through all the different prop firms, because I imagine they don't all have the same rules. So kind of maybe read through all of them and see which ones work best for what you're thinking. I use Apex Funding. And I wish I knew about prop firms when I started trading, because there used to be like pretty, like the reason they have a lot of these rules is because people used to abuse them, right? There used to be like a lot of abusive loopholes. Like people would do the test that know how to trade and pass it, and then they would never trade the account until FOMC, and then on that day they just go max leverage on the account on one trade. And if they lose the account, fuck it, right? I lost like 500 bucks. And if not, juice. Juice. I would have been doing that for sure, just for the lulz. I also think that's why a lot of people get denied their payouts, because they're doing like stupid shit like that. You're trading FX and Blueberry, funded next, and funding pips is good. Apex and my funded futures. I've been seeing one a lot recently, a lot of ads for what's that one crypto guy? Trader Main. I think he opened one called like Breakout Prop or something. Not endorsing it by any means, but just someone, I know that somebody in here talks about it, like uses it. Bum bum bum. Also, it's to keeping in mind the what's it called? Because not all of them are live, right? Or something to that effect. I'm not sure exactly how they work. But I've read that some of them, like the slippage that you get on entering the trades and exiting on their demo account, can make it pretty hard to scalp. So if you're scalping, you have to be mindful of that as well. I don't trust any firms that's run by influencers. Helping them with Lambo payments. Like, yeah, I mean, yes and no, right? Like, I mean, no one opens a business because they want to lose money, and right? So like, obviously, they want to make money out of it. Doesn't mean it's a scam though. Like, I would look down a lot more on people that are selling access to like private signals groups or like education courses than somebody that just runs a prop firm. One reason I mention it is because I know that prop firm has like a lot of crypto on it, whereas like some other ones like only do like traditional market stocks or futures only, like you said. Never face a situation where spread is so high. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm just talking about things that I've read on the internet. I've never used a prop firm. I didn't know they existed when I started trading. Probably for the best though. Cause the fact that I was trading with my money from the start means I was not fucking around from the start, right? I'm not. I started trading like $1 when I started, and if I lost like 10 cents, I was fucking screaming. My throat felt like it was ruptured. Probably would have been the same with the prop firm though, to be honest. I'm just competitive person in general. You guys should have seen me playing video games. Boy, I was toxic. Toxic as hell. What games did I play? All kinds of games. Like I played like Call of Duty like professionally. I played like Valorant, CS:GO, Dota 2, like the 1/2, um, Overwatch, like Hearthstone. What other games did I play? Like Halo, all the Halos. What am I missing? It's like a bunch of games over time, right? Like H1Z1, like Warzone, all that stuff. But the ones I play the most are definitely like these four: COD, Valorant, CS:GO, Dota. And I like super high rank in all of them, like the highest rank you can be, and like top like 0.0001% or whatever. That's definitely a big gaming and nerd. I feel like I'm missing something though. What am I missing from here? Hard to say. I played so many games. I've been a game. Like, I played games since I was a kid, right? It's all I did. Go through my teens and whatnot. Me a big gamer. Tried going pro in CS, realized it's a waste of time. I mean, if you make it, it's not a waste, but if not, then yeah, eventually ours is a big waste of time, right? Who knows what I would have been doing in life if I had never played games. I don't regret it though. I like it. It's like no job I have it compares to like playing Call of Duty professionally, right? In terms of like how like the intensity and how competitive it is. Like regular jobs are just boring. It's like whatever. Definitely miss it. Made a nice document about my entry model. Do you want to skim through? I'm gonna make it more aesthetic. Put it on my resume. Sure. Would anyone care to see that on your resume though? Maybe, I'm not sure. Counter-Strike was the favorite game though. Counter-Strike, in my opinion, Counter-Strike is the best esport out of all of them. Like the highest skill expression by far, right? Like if you're like dominant in Counter-Strike, like you're a problem on the map. Every round, right? Even like save rounds with Deagle. And also like a very like bare bones game in the sense that everyone has like the same guns, same utility. It's not like Valorant where different agents do different things. I talked with a few delegates from college. They said I have a degree in engineering. Yeah, but is it having like that kind of like, I don't know if having like an entry strategy is considered research per se, right? Because I can literally say like on the 5-day chart, if it closes above the 5 EMA buy, if it closes below 5 EMA, sell. Profitable strategy. Not exactly mind blowing. Sent on the Discord. This better not be some kind of hacks, boy. Seems interesting, I suppose. Like I'm not really familiar with ICT trading, but like I'll say if you're gonna present this to somebody, you probably put some reason, like actual statistics, right? Don't just write a bunch of stuff with no like data to back it up. How many times have you taken this exact trade setup? How many times has it worked out? Average gain, average loss, etc. Because like for all they know, this doesn't even work. CS is so good. I tried Valve. She sent in 3 and quit. Yeah, Valorant's like really fun. Like I was like radiant in Valorant. I think I like Valorant so much, and the reason I have such poor taste in my mouth in Counter Strike was like the hacking in Counter Strike. Like I don't know if it's better nowadays, but back when I played, it was absurd, right? It's like every other game in Global Elite, there's somebody like rage hacking. We're not talking about like low key like wall hacker or like aim like like small field of view aimbot. We're talking about 360 spinning 1,000 times a second, insta headshotting you over and over and over and over and over. As soon as you walk into the line of sight or through the wall before you even get into the line of sight. Every single game. At one point, 50% of the people in Global Elite were back banned. Which is absurd, right? Because people like that should have been getting banned based on like statistical models alone, right? Like this person is getting 60 kills a game, 100% headshot rate. Does this seem legit? Sen 3 is insane. I mean, Sen 3 is pretty high compared to like the average. Like, if you kind of look at the ranking tree, like you're already like in the upper region if you're like an Ascendant 3. That's the one thing about Valorant that I love, right? In Valorant, you rarely played a hacker. Rarely. And almost always, whenever you did, within like a day, you'd get like a notification that they got banned. The Valorant or like a Riot did like a really amazing job with their anti-cheat. Because the amount of time that I wasted in Counter Strike because of that is absurd, right? Because like, I was super high ranked. It's not just the fact that you're global elite, right? There's like a hidden rank associated with it, like a number. And I was like a high ranking global elite. Like, I don't know what it was, but like let's just say it was like 200 or something. So whenever I go into queue, like I'm looking at like 20, 30-minute queues at night on like on Friday night or Saturday. So I'm sitting here in queue, chilling, like playing Hearthstone or whatever, right? Queue pops, some guy's rage hacking, and you can't forfeit until halftime. Then the game restarts, right? You forfeit at halftime, get back into queue, another 20, 30 minutes sitting there waiting. Queue pops, same fucking shit. Like it was absurd. It was absurd. And a lot of times it'd be like hackers versus hackers. You'd have a hacker on your team too, just in their rage hacking. And so it's just like two hackers going at it. It was ridiculous. It was so ridiculous. Should have invested in 2014 Katowice stickers too. No, but I had like a howl and whatnot. I had like a howl, fire serpent, like a what's the blue Doppler karambit? I had one of those. I had like the marble bayonet. I had all kinds of crazy skins. How much a howl is worth nowadays? Because I ended up selling them all when I stopped playing. Wow, they're really like 7 grand now. Damn, damn, damn. Feels bad. I think when I sold mine, it was like 2 grand. Damn, damn. Feels bad. 3-minute queue. It wasn't always that long, but like 15, 20 minutes is not unusual. Because there'd be times you're playing late at night and there's only so many people like in your rank group that are like playing or like near your rank. So you have to wait for the game to finish that's already going for you to get into the next one. I was actually watching Counter Strike the other day. Because there's like a major tournament going on right now. I hadn't watched in a while, so I was like, oh, let me check this out, see what's going on. See who's still like familiar that I know, like the player wise. Very different. A lot of different teams now, a lot of different players. Also like some familiar faces. Watching the majors is fun. Yeah, I haven't watched them in a while. I haven't kept up for them in a while. Ever since I started trading, I've kind of like just zoned out of all that stuff. Simple making a run in phase. Oh, interesting. Yeah, because I saw like didn't he like I wasn't aware. I guess he like quit or something for some time, and I just came back. I'm curious to see or like to kind of watch and see that is that guy still like goated or what? Because back when I like watched him play that game, like he was like the goat, right? Also curious if he's playing the whole time or did he actually like stop playing and like not even like touch Counter Strike? Because that'd be even more impressive if he like stopped playing games altogether and then came back and just still bopping on people. Took on-off breaks. Probably didn't enjoy CS2 as much as the older version. I never played the newer one. I got Overwatch banned for griefing in that game. I didn't realize like if you get 2 griefing bans, they like permanently ban you. And the first one I got was so long ago. It was like when that game first came out. I was like a kid, like I was like a late teenager. And then I'll never forget the second one. I had some French guy on my team, and I don't know if you've ever played Counter Strike with French Canadians, but boy, they piss you off. Anyways, I was playing a game of Counter Strike with this French Canadian guy, and he wanted me to drop him my op that I bought that I was using, and I didn't. So he killed me and took the op that round, and I spent the rest of the game following this guy around, team killing him, flashing him, standing in front of him so he couldn't shoot his gun. So like if he shot, he'd like do team damage to me. The rest of the game, literally, because I was salty as fuck. And then I got a griefing ban, and I was like, whatever. But if you get 2 of them, it's like it's permanent. I didn't know that. And the thing is, I didn't even remember I got the first one. Like when I realized like how I got banned, I was like, oh yeah, I did get a griefing ban before. Fuck, fuck. At that point, I didn't really play Counter Strike anymore, so I didn't really care. I would have been extra salty though if I had all my skins still at that happened. Cause I don't know if you're allowed to sell them at that point. Permaban as well. I mean, it seems a bit egregious to be honest. Like, okay, yeah, sure, was I being like like a nuisance? Yeah, but like I've literally played. I don't even know. I can't even count. Like, how many hours did I have in that game? I had over 4,000 hours in that game, and then even more on the first Counter Strike, like 1.6 and Condition Zero, and like I played Source a bit, but not as much. So I probably put like 8,000 hours or so into like Counter Strike. Yeah, and I get banned for griefing in like a handful of matchmaking games. They're ridiculous, but the thing that sucks about it is I tried to play the other day. I was talking to somebody on stream about surfing. I was like, yeah, you know what, let me go surf in Counter Strike. And I have another account, but the phone number that I have on that account was like an ex-girlfriend. So when I want to go log in, I have to like do my Steam guard, and I don't have it. So I'm okay. Let me reset the Steam guard. And it asked me to put the phone number in to like get the code. I don't have that phone, so I don't know how to get that account back. Cause it was pretty fun to chill and play those like community servers as well, right? Like yeah, playing competitive was like fun to me. Like that was like the main thing. But it was fun to just chill and surf sometimes or do like the KZ maps. Or it'd be cool if Valorant added something similar. Because Valorant definitely has a lot of room to grow in that regard, right? They don't really have any kind of aside from the obstacle course and the training map, they don't have anything of like that kind of like fun, casual nature, practice movement and whatnot. Yeah, exactly. I used to do it all the time. I had to like put on like a podcast and just like either like A, aim train, or B, and surf or do something like that, right? Kind of toss it on my other monitor so I can like watch while surfing. Oh, I didn't even read. I'm gonna add a spreadsheet with all of my trades. Yeah, that'd probably be ideal, right? A bit more of like actual quantitative analysis. Although I suspect that, I mean, maybe that's what they're looking for, but I'd imagine they're looking for something a bit more uh, like algorithmic, something a computer could do. Pretty easy too. Like algorithmic trading is actually pretty simple. Like a lot of people. Alright, thanks for all the trading info and game talk. I'm gonna sleep 3 a.m. Yeah, no worries. Hope you have a good night. Shout out to Aronas for hanging out. Shout out to you. But yeah, in terms of algorithmic trading, like if you're trading one asset in like one direction, like Bitcoin long only or short only, pretty simple actually. Like the complexity comes when you have like a massive portfolio with like 20 different assets and you have to maintain different kind of correlations, etc. And like hedge them with like various different instruments. I trade algorithmically myself as well, on top of me sitting here trading myself on stream. I get a protein shake before it gets too late. We'll be back. boom, boom. Y'all got any questions? Any questions? Or nah? What is that? Really? Why is that even open on my laptop? Look. Boom, boom. I keep getting random texts from random numbers. I don't know what is going on. And Coinbase leaked my data. God damn it. Fucking Coinbase. So let me stand up. Even Google got passwords leaked. Apparently just like the hashes. Either way, pretty ridiculous. What I want to know is how they all did it at once, right? Because it wasn't just Google. It was like Apple, Google. Who else was it? Facebook. And what was the other one? Regardless, it must have been some kind of inside job, right? It must have like the same thing that happened to Coinbase essentially. Some like bribed employees. So how else would they get everybody at once since they're all using the same kind of service? thing about something like that though is like I've used so many services over the years. I can't even remember them all to go back and change passwords. So I'm sure some random shit I used in the past is probably gonna get got. Like random ass like website, who knows? All the primary things though I'm on top of. So I don't gotta worry at least in that regard. The Bybit hack felt like an inside job, but that was too insane. No, what it was an inside job or something, wasn't it? Something to that effect. Like, didn't somebody have to get like the? Maybe I'm wrong. This could be completely fake news, but from my understanding, like they got some kind of like spoofed version of the site onto their software. So like they were using this page thinking it was like the regular software they use, when in reality it wasn't. So like, clearly somebody had to like be in a position to do this, set this up. Could be wrong though. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Actually, a really cool YouTube channel with this stuff. What's it called? Kind of goes over like all kinds of hacks that happened in the past or like near happen. Like, but there've been cases in the past where like almost like all of Linux got compromised and whatnot. But people like found the bug at the last second. Also, how people like kind of what was an example of one? I forgot what country it was, but like let's just use two arbitrary examples. Like let's say China was trying to sabotage Africa's nuclear program. They sabotaged it by having software go into their system that like changed the rotation speed of one of their turbines by like a fraction, like something like really not noticeable by anybody. But that change in speed of the turbine rotating was enough to like wear it down and destroy over time, cause like an explosion. So it's actually pretty interesting to learn about how these like agencies work, the cyber agencies. What is the damn channel? I feel like I'm not gonna be able to find it. Maybe if I look it up. I don't know. I don't know. Can't find the channel. I like follow too many people on this account. But if you look it up, you'll see it. Like if you look up just kind of like hack stories and whatnot, like famous hacking events, you'll find some pretty crazy stuff. Boom, boom. I was thinking if I want to get into any alt trades right now. Like if this starts to go, Give it some time. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow during the day. It's getting a bit late. I don't want to be sitting here babysitting a trade in case I like have to wait to get my stop loss break even. We'll keep watching this though for show. Show. Oh, so I'm about to read through that thing you sent me. I'm curious. Let's learn some ICT trading concepts. A breaker block. What's that? A failed order block? What's an order block? The last bullish or bearish candle before a significant move. The last opposing candle before a strong price move. So is this considered an order block? Like, I don't get it. Sounds about right. Led to structure change, apparently another characteristic. Sounds about right so far. Potential short entry on a retest. I don't know about that. I don't know about that. Yeah, I should watch some of this guy's videos, I'm curious, right? Bum, 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 bum. Oh, I see. Yeah, your picture makes it more understandable. Okay, that makes more sense. Interesting. I'll have to read about that at some point. I mean, there's so many ways to interpret this, right? At the end of the day, it's just like a swing fill pattern, first and foremost. SFP'd, pull back to the golden pocket, then rip lower. Don't gotta do all that yippee yapping, ICT, blah blah blah. Have a better picture. Oh, that's the fair value gap. That one I know though, right? That's like a single print, the same thing. Like vector candles, single prints, fair value gaps are all like the same concept. Never gets the work done. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's like remember, as much as people like clown on like the ICT trading and whatnot, it is just some like repeatable system. That's like all really trading is to the most extent, right? Like some kind of, where's my chart? It's some kind of like decision tree that you can like repeat and make decisions off of. Like in your case, like okay, is there like a breaker block? Yes. Then like okay, are you doing like a bearish retest with like a fair value gap or whatever? Yes. So on and so forth, right? And you like trade it accordingly. I just can never be bothered. I can never be bothered. Like that guy has so many fucking. By the time I knew how to trade, like I already knew how to trade before I even knew how this guy was. And like now it's like I'm not gonna sit here watching like 1,000 videos of some random dude to like change how I trade. And another thing you notice is that like, regardless of how people trade, most like profitable traders come to like similar conclusions in similar scenarios, regardless of what their system is. At least that's what I've noticed. Seems interesting though. Trying to construct the review, cause never written something like this before. Yeah, definitely put some like kind of data, right? Because if someone read that, they probably like don't give a fuck. Because you could be writing anything, right? I could say like, oh, whenever like the ocean tide is coming in high, I'm taking along. Something like that, right? People do that, by the way, right? People trade the lunar calendar. Definitely no joke. Thing is, you're laughing, but there's actually statistical like merit to this actually. It's like a profitable trading strategy. How does it work? I think you like long the white moons and you sell the blue ones. Like if you actually backtest this, like it's actually like a profitable trading strategy. A lot of theory behind it too, right? Like the idea that like, mm, what's it called? Like the moon phases like change people's behavior. Like you're inclined to get like mad more easily or become more emotional, etc. There's a lot like weird science behind it. What are these? They're the moons. It's like it's like there's like a bull moon and like a bear moon. What does the actual indicator do? Let's kind of do a deep dive into this because I'm curious myself. So like there's the new moon and the full moon. And apparently, as far as the science goes, mm, like there is some evidence that suggests that like where the moon is and its gravitational effects kind of change like human biology and behavior. Well, there's not a strong linking to that. Interesting though, interesting thought. And clearly works. Or at least it has until now on Bitcoin. I don't know about other assets. Definitely don't go putting your life savings on the moon chart though. Have I traded meme coins like on Axiom or BullX? I mean, I've traded meme coins, yeah. I don't know what Axiom or BullX is. Gotta watch out for the bear. Yeah, maybe. People don't trust the math till they see days like today. Talked it into existence. No, we're just being planned, the usual things being planned, prepared. Also a world where we just kinda like unlikely in my opinion, but it's all just a probability at the end of the day. Pump fun. No, I never like mm, Like I have traded some meme coins when I was like first starting, like some like spot stuff as it was pumping, but I got like pretty disinterested pretty early. So in the day, just people shilling a bunch of garbage mostly, right? Like you're not trading like charts or math, you're trading with people's attention span. And usually you're just gonna get like dumped on by like the people that are shilling it to you. Also, like they're not like particularly liquid. Like I guess I didn't really have that problem back then per se, but um, and it's also like time consuming, right? You have to sit there like kind of like on Dex tools or like Bird's Eye looking for the next like meme coin, right? Like tracking all the holder counts and all like the mind share, blah blah blah. Being in the trenches as they call it. Not actual trading. Yeah, that too, right? They're too low market cap. Like if you see someone posting a chart on like Twitter and it's like like $1 million market cap coin and they're drawing like VWAPs and like drawing fibs and whatnot, I'm like, you're a fucking idiot. Like it doesn't work like that. Math is not math when there's like 10 data points. It's like they're drawing like a cup and handle on the chart when like one person buying or selling just prints the chart however they want. It makes no sense. It is funny though. It is funny to watch from a distance. Observe the trenches, right? And plus, it's pretty funny when you look at the data. Like, what did I see on Twitter the other day? What was it? Like, someone released like a spreadsheet essentially of saying like how many wallets were profitable, like that traded on Pump Fun. It was like some like minuscule number, like 0.5% or something. There was a time when Pump Fun, when there was a time when there was Pump Fun Live. People used to come live and do random shit to promote their coin and just dump. Oh yeah, didn't some guy like kill himself doing that on stream? Plus, what was the meme of that kid? Like, thanks for the 20 bandos or whatever it was. That was pretty funny. Where's the video? Oh, I found it. Just mute this real quick.
Oh, what? Literally just saw this book migrate. He doesn't even know what's going on.
How can you hear it?
Wait, what?
Oh, thanks.
Wait, what?
He said, wait,
Wait,
what?
I'm so confused.
What? Oh,
Bro.
yo, it's nuked. Why is it nuked?
No way.
Oh.
Holy fuck! Holy fuck!
You full clip.
Holy fuck! Thanks for the 20 bandos.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, yo, 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 yo.
Shake my fucking head. Imagine getting finessed by a 10-year-old. I don't know what happened to that guy. Did he get in trouble or anything like that? Whatever, I can't be bothered to research this, I don't care that much. The thing I find interesting about those kind of people that are doing all those rug pulls and whatnot, like, very curious if someday they're gonna get got, right? 'Cause at the end of the day, all this stuff is like on chain. Like it is trackable sooner or later. You do have to like off ramp your money into real dollars somehow. So I'm curious if a lot of these like scammers and whatnot are gonna get got down the road. Plus, I imagine most of them just lose their money anyways, right? Kind of gamble it all the way. As with most people that try trading. Like get lucky at the start, make some like massive trade, and then give it right back. It's not really a big amount to be considered, right? Like people track money. I mean, that's still a lot. That's like it's a lot of money. Like that can be someone's like yearly salary. Especially if it's like one person. Like let's say I myself put in 10 grand into this thing. Then like someone would probably want to sue that person, right? Give me like get my 10 grand back. I don't know, I think people that do that, like sit there trading meme coins one are just like instead of just learning how to trade, they're looking for the easy way out. In reality, it's like making it 10 times harder themselves. You're spending like hours and hours and hours and hours, days and whatever, just hoping to hit one meme that like runs like crazy. In reality, you could just be doing like 20%, 30% trades over and over and over. Before you know it, you get a fucking shit ton of money. Consistently. You see it all the time, right? You see it all the time. Like I've seen it all the time. We're gonna see it soon, right? I guarantee you. Quote me on this right fucking now on this video, right? We're gonna come back to this. We're coming back to this video in like a month or two from now, right? If we get this correction lower, I guarantee fucking you, we're gonna see tweets of people who are saying, "Oh my god, I just got liquid and lost everything. Fuck." right? Every fucking time. It happens every time. People that had made a bunch of money on meme coins and whatnot, and they try to like leverage trade, and they get wrecked on one candle because they're not managing their risk properly. You see it every time. It's just a repeating story. And we're gonna say you're laughing at them, right? Well deserved. No sympathy. Time is it? Only 11? Damn. Kinda itching against some of these alts, to be honest. Kinda itching. Like a little crack addict, a little crack baby. Hooked on trading. Boom, 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 boom. Thing is, they're starting to go already. I'd like to see this thing get flipped at least. How's all this stuff looking? Hmm. I'm gonna take a piss and give this some thought. motherfucker. Man, this is like the third time I've gone to the bathroom and I see a fucking ant in there. This happens every year during this time. I don't know why, like fucking ants like somehow wiggle their way into the bathroom here and there. You figure out a way to like deter them from doing that. Deal with that tomorrow. Put that on the to-do list. I'm gonna move into a penthouse. Never gotta deal with an ant again. Also, y'all got any questions? Any questions? Or not? Or not? God damn, I'm falling asleep. I don't know how I'm gonna make it. Falling asleep over here. Oh shit. Time to sleep. Jammy time. I'm always in pajamas. I don't even wear regular clothes anymore. I just wake up, put pajamas on, trade all day, go to the gym, come back home, put on pajamas again. Living my best life. I'm trying to think right now, like, what's the probability of the lows being in? Like, is there a world where we don't go lower from here? Like, it actually holds? In a position. Yeah, I'm in the same trades I've been in. Well, I got back into the long, like, down here. These are the trades. Like I got back into the long lower. Like, I did get closed out on, like, profit. I'm gonna move down today. Right now I'm kind of like delta neutral. More just like locking in those gains for the weekend and seeing what happens than anything. But I do want to get into some alts. If this is gonna go, I just don't know, right? I just don't know. Like, I really want to wait to see if we can like actually like flip this zone and start going. Like the Valeria low, essentially. So at that point we're doing like a failed auction, right? At the Valeria low. So you expect to kind of flip it and go. In which case, yeah, definitely gonna get into some alts. Well, I don't know if they let people get away with all the longing here, right? Myself included. Fully expecting to get like close out on this thing. There's so many longs in the move here, right? So many fucking longs. Like I talked about it earlier in the stream, if you kind of want to go have like a more in-depth analysis as to why that's not a good thing, but it's very rare the market just comes and sweeps a level and then like everybody gets in the long and we all get to just juice happily ever after, right? Doesn't work like that. And if that was to happen, then hella fucking bullish. Hella bullish. I have my suspicions though, because we did clear the imbalances on CME below. I grabbed the single prints, balanced at the level, and started to go. But we never cleaned the imbalances on like derivatives or spot. So like, given the fact that that's the case, plus all the longs that got in here on the first move, I'm kind of expecting like something like this to happen. Assuming this area even holds. Or like a 3 drives, something to that effect. Just any kind of thing that stops everybody out, right? It's also the weekend, so like maybe we could like circle back with these people like when futures resume. Who knows? Or we like go up, start to go, trap some more longs. Well, not trap because nobody's trapped, but like trap some longs. Then you can like start to squeeze them out and have like the momentum to like clear this whole zone. Kind of like let the ball build some speed and then come back down and roll everybody over. Not the possibilities though. Runyam is really eyeing this zone right here. See if we can flip this or not. Plus it is like quite literally the value or low for you to do like a volume profile of all this stuff. Pixel perfect. One man's juice is another man's loss. Yeah, that's literally what trading is, right? Took a zero-sum game. Someone's making money, someone's losing money. Don't think I'm gonna be waiting around though. Like, I don't suspect this is gonna happen anytime soon. Maybe it does, right? Maybe the next hour or so kind of starts to go, but weekend low volume. I imagine if we do go higher, it seems like a slow grind up. TPO much more relevant than the volumes on the weekend. In regards to that, we are starting to go, right? We are starting to go above the value area high on the TPO. A lot of liquidity up here too. Like we're on this kind of like zone. At this negative point of control. So something like this definitely possible. Up to 105.097. So right here ish. A lot of liquidations in that zone. Boom, 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 boom. Hopefully not though, hopefully tomorrow. Because if we do go up here and looks like we're gonna reverse, then I want to be able to like close out some of the long manually again. One man's juice is another man's L. Hard to say. Hard to. I'm trying to like really actually like give this a lot of thought, right? Like, is there a world where we're not gonna go lower? Because a lot of people are anticipating lower, right? Myself included. So like, are we the ones getting got thinking that? Possibly, right? Because there is also a lot of like garbage to clean, like unswept, 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 unswept. Mm. The other thing is like, I don't know. The longs are so suspicious here, but also like it's so many longs open here. Like that's like an abnormal amount of longs open. So that's like money that committed to the long side. So it's like who's gonna short this if all the money is like committed over here, right? So it's definitely possible. This might really actually be the higher time frame like low put in. We'll definitely keep it in mind. And we'll know pretty soon though, right? We'll know pretty soon. It's a pretty important level to flip. Like the volume point of control for all of this. Plus like the weekly level. So yeah, Bull's gotta start there before anything else. But this would be the beginnings of it, right? This would be the beginnings of potential reversal. Like, sign of life. Because like this is pretty weak, right? We talked about this for a while, how this looked pretty weak. But, like this would be the signs of like strong buying tail as soon as we came into the zone. Now we're doing a failed auction at the value low potentially. Plus, we didn't grab these single prints, so it's like there's two ways to interpret it. It's like either like the zone is unfinished, or like it's so bullish that we could not finish rebalancing the zone. Interesting, interesting. I won't give it too much more thought for now. We're prepared either way, but it's more so me thinking about spot buys, right? We'll have a better idea on Monday, that's for sure. Traditional markets resume, CME resumes, and we see like what all the options data looks for CM or like S&P. Because today was like such a huge options unwind. So if this thing starts to like clear these lows, then yeah, we're probably going lower rates. And it's gonna be so cool when like a true AI game comes out. And that the game is like dynamic based on like AI. I saw one company doing like a game where like you play with your webcam on and like you talk to the characters in the game, like based on your like like facial cues and whatnot. Like they like know your emotion, right, and like react differently to you. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy. But to find me a wife on GTA 6. Oh hell no, spooky. Pretty cool, right? Just think about it, like the game like imagine it has like a dynamic storyline that kind of changes based on the things that you like, or right? Really fascinating how that stuff's gonna evolve. It will make a deep fake with your face. Yeah, they're gonna do that with everybody. That's why WorldCoin is such a fascinating project. The valuation is pretty crazy, but like WorldCoin, the idea of it's pretty interesting. Like proof of humanity. Government will release tier into your face. They can probably already do that. Won't be surprised. Imagine getting killed, then the agent comes out looking same and he says, "Gotcha, bitch." Yeah, it's definitely it's gonna be pretty crazy for like news and what like people already believe fake news as is now, right? Just from having like the narrative twisted. the way people word things. Imagine when there's like literally fake videos of people saying shit they never actually said. Gonna be pretty crazy. People are gonna believe anything. Yeah, I was about to look up. What is this? You guys think this is the low, right? Do you guys think this is the low? That's my question. What's everybody else thinking, right? Somebody help out. Somebody help me. Goddamn. Going lower for sure. So that means they're not going lower then. Got him. Up we go. Probably a bit of a slow grind back up over the weekend when futures resume. There's many ways it can play out. The thing is, future, like the CME has cleaned the imbalances, but the next ones are like lower, so. Also, world will restart to go higher during the day, or the weekend. And then we like have like a bullish gap up. Whoops. I don't know, like gap up to like here or wherever on the open. Leave this gap. And then we'll like really know, right? Because if we start to like just keep ripping or like don't fill the gap and start to go, yeah, pretty bullish, right? So that'd be another good clue of what's going on. The market's thinking. also on the flip side, right? Let's also keep in mind the whole idea of like building value lower and lower. We are potentially beginning to see like the next stage, right? Building value even lower. If we sit here the rest of the weekend. Whatever, right? We'll wait and see, right? We're prepared for everything. We're planned out, prepared, already positioned. Just want to get into some alts. Either that, because if not, then I'm probably not going to be doing a whole lot in the weekend trading wise. I just hate waiting, that's all. Hate waiting around. Also, this thing is loud as fuck. Also, I need to kind of decide what we're gonna do. Maybe I will, like, I was thinking of not streaming all weekend. Maybe we'll do like an alt nerd out stream tomorrow. And look at a bunch of alts, kind of look at like higher time frame ideas. In case you do get the move down. Yeah, I think we should do that. I think that should be the plan. Gonna redo the alt stream we did in February. Still sitting below the golden pocket, fucking around. Doing a whole lot of nada. I swear to God, if I go to bed and things start sending, I'm gonna be pissed. I'm gonna be pissed. Fucking the usual. You know what I really want to do for the lulz is make a stream of just fucking roasting shit we see online with trading. It's clown fiesta that we see. We're delusional as hell. We ain't got time for that though. You guys have any questions? We're gonna be getting off here pretty soon. How long has it been? 15 more minutes or so. We'll check out this 4-hour candle, etc. And we'll call it a night. Boom. God damn. What a week though, what a week, right? Think we called this pretty well. I mean, what a I think we've been pretty on the ball for a while, yeah? When we start streaming again? Got the lows, right? I think we've been pretty fucking spot on. Yeah, time flies, damn. I remember talking about all this shit on stream. Time flies. How long has it been? $73 days. How many streams have we done in that time? Like 70 streams almost? I mean, I guess that includes more, but... God damn. Yeah, I think we only missed Mother's Day, right? The Mother's Day weekend was the only time we didn't stream. God damn. God damn. 70 days of juicing? Boy. God damn. Goddamn. Gotta reflect on the journey every once in a while. Yeah, also... Shit. Goddamn. I wanna look at Maple Finance. Maple? And Seapool. A little late on this one. full chart. I saw a pretty interesting interview with these people. It's quite fascinating. We'll definitely give this a look on the Alta Nerd Outs. Anyways, I'm getting tired. How did this 4-hour candle close? Not particularly interesting. I'm gonna flip this level or what? Or what? Anyways, should we do a juice box? I don't even know. Don't even know. Sure, we'll do a quick one. Or like the failed auction up here, right? At like 1035. At this value area low. Well, a little late for like the initial. I'm sure some people already got filled on this. But yeah, if we can like flip this level, I think potential to like rotate back to the other side. I have not like this stuff from before, right? Stuff we've been talking about down here. Nothing's really changed from the previous ones. We'll quickly wrap that up, right? Get that one out the way real quick. I don't know if this is gonna hold. It's kind of mathing with this box, but like, if I were to even take this, I'm suspecting it's gonna get like round tripped and go lower. Just like a bit like a scalp attempt, get stop loss break even, and go from there. Does liquidity change down there at all? Not really. Yeah, there's like a little bit of a cluster here. It's not even particularly interesting to see, but we'll see. Might not even keep this box. It really depends how it looks like when we get down here. Also, though, if we are gonna do the kind of like head and shoulders type thing, probably like an area of interest to bounce maybe a bit higher. Let's grab the single prints and go. Or maybe that's like the third drive. We'll see though, depending on what the open interest is looking like and whatnot. Also, what do you have divs at that point? Perhaps. Not really though. Yeah, whatever, like we're already kind of gone over these. No point being a dead horse at this point. Potential, I mean, this was this short, right? I mean, we planned all week for this thing. If we didn't get in this, you're kind of missing out on that. Where we say the liquidity was up to earlier, like 105 or something. 105.1 or so. Makes sense, makes sense. Because I don't think they're gonna let us go that high, right? I don't know. These longs like are very suspicious to me. And not like particularly strong right now either, right? I mean, there's a world where 30-minute candle ends up going higher, but like initial bounce was like strong, cool. Ever since then, it's been not particularly strong, but how's all the data looking? The spot's not particularly active. The other thing is, there's not much shorts trapped here, right? It's not like we bounced here and like trapped a bunch of shorts as everybody got into the longs. So like open interest edge really not present right now. How's this looking? Hmm. Maybe you can look for something like in this kind of region. Like we talked about it earlier, like the point of control, blah blah blah. Kind of like the golden pocket, the volume POC. Plus like whatever, like the naked point of control, right? Not sure how I'm feeling about that one though, to be honest. Like gun to my head, I don't know. Like I don't think we're good with like this kind of. Like, I don't know if we're gonna make it up here, right? I don't think we're gonna be making it up here. And if we did, I don't know if I'd want to be shorting at that point. What's good, Marcos? Business as usual. Yeah. I'm just doing the same old thing. Just mathing. Everything going according to plan. Trying to think about some next trades for some people that might have missed the shorts. Hmm. Whatever, we'll leave it on here. We'll leave it on here. I'm also like this one is definitely like this kind of region as well. It's like here or like here. But that definitely be looking at the data, right? Like this is like, I'd really want to be seeing the order flow at this point. Like what's really going on with the money if we get up here. I don't know if I would look at. I don't know if I'd even trust anything else about that. That's a problem, right? It's a problem with like when you miss the trades like this, and then now it's like really shouldn't be shorting down here at this point, right? It's like you missed it, you missed it. This point you're kind of trying to like weasel your way into position. But if we do make it up here, just be mindful of these. And lower. Probably just using like this POC and this view operate. It was like the sweep levels here, I believe, if I recall, yeah. At that point, like the level that like we swung failed, like did the SFP at, like we're like losing it, right? So invalidates the whole setup that's going on here. Plus, like looking like golden pocket-y. Yeah. Something like that. I'd be careful though. I'd definitely be careful. You definitely like in this case, you definitely want to be looking at the open interest, because if we start to come down here and these longs close as there's like bull divs here, whether it's like CBD or oscillators, I'm quite likely we're gonna start to bounce, right? But if we do come down here and they haven't closed and their stop loss is like here or lower, then yeah, much more viable of a setup. So as per usual, look at the data, because it's really gonna depend on what's happening in regards to those longs. That should be good enough, right? Enough to get the ideas flowing. Problem is like this box is not like, I mean, we talked about this all week, right? We talked about both these trades all week. So like these were the longs and the shorts, the ideal ones. The best bet to get the balance, get your stop loss break even, and let the market do its thing. Now that we're going into a weekend, potentially it's like low volume, minimal price action. Whatever, some ideas to work with, as usual. Any tips for conviction on a trade? I wanted to short NQ today around market open before that big dump. But man, I didn't pull the trigger, market went without me. Well, like, why did you want to short it? First, like, what was your edge? Should probably incorporate order flow into my trades, like footprint charts. Something I used to use but stopped because I was trying the strategies, but it's time to incorporate them now as well. Yeah, I mean, you should definitely like be looking at the order. Like at the end of the day, it's there's two teams playing the game, right? Like bears and bulls. We'll say bear and bull. Whichever way the money's flowing, like that's who's winning. Or at least like not flowing, but like you have some level in mind. And you're watching the flow of money as we get there, and is the flow starting to switch in that moment? Then yeah, you probably want to like have some edge in that trade. But like it also depends on the time frame, right? Like if you're trading the like the daily chart, then you're not particularly concerned with order flow. It's not nearly as relevant to you. It's like the lower the time frame you go, the more like relevant it becomes. But yeah, your conviction should be like in your edge, right? Like how many times have you seen like whatever reason you have to take the trade? Like I had a big red box here earlier today, and there's a bunch of liquidity to grab down here. And like a level of interest to begin with. Blah blah blah. How many times have we seen the exact situation where it's just like swing fail patterns? And the exact same as like imbalances are being cleaned on like a CME and whatnot. A lot, right? A lot. So at that point, yeah, I'm gonna take my shot. Take your shots and you have edge. Even then, you're not guaranteed to be right. That's why we don't put our entire account into one trade. Also manage our risk. Stop loss break even as soon as it's reasonable to do so. Bum, 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 bum. Yeah, I mean, you should have some kind of like it depends, like, you know, when you say I wanted to short NQ, why did you want to short it, right? And that should be the answers to your conviction. Like, I've seen X, Y, Z, I knew there was these kind of divergences, they play out ever so often, or like this percentage. Options market was looking like this, blah blah blah. If you can't answer those questions, then yeah, obviously you're gonna have pretty poor conviction, right? Because you don't actually have a reason to take the trade. Not sure if that helps, but helps out the boy. Trying to think of that juice box, right? Like, did we miss anything particularly obvious? Oh really? That's the other thing. It's like late. Like, let's just say you missed this short and you wanted to get in later. Like there's opportunity earlier today when you kind of turned the golden pocket into resistance on this like kind of move. Right, just mathing, bing. Like that would have been the next short if you wanted to get in on the rest of the move. So like the lower we go, like the worse the risk reward is getting on the short. People took this one obviously. So yeah. The setups are dwindling at this point on the short side. A little bit late for that one. I don't know if Blitz is still here or not. We're planning to get off. Get us some ZZZs. Yeah, price was just in an area where I normally see price reverse, take liquidity and go the other way. It's probably not enough edge, right? Like that's not really... Like what do you mean by normally? Like what if it took the liquidity and then kept going higher? Ideally it's like more quantifiable than that. But yeah, no, I'm gonna go to bed because it's been a while, right? It's like the kind of end of the usual stream. But we'll be back tomorrow. I'm not sure what time it is where you are, but normally on Saturdays I stream at noon, so it'll be in 12 hours from now, like not even at this point. So if you want to kind of hang out tomorrow and yap a bit, kind of look at these things a bit more in depth, maybe even like look at the actual like chart, what you were thinking. Kind of go from there. Like review trade ideas. Well, let's do a quick chat shout out in the meantime. Shout out to 3, shout out to Arona, shout out to Olympic. What else we got on here? Shout out to Harshal. Shout out to Oliver. And shout out to Blitz. Yeah, I mean, we'll be here tomorrow at some point and also on Sunday. So, I'm sure I'll catch you again. We can sit here and yap some more, plan some stuff out. But I'm calling it out for now. I'm getting pretty tired. It's pretty late in my time. It's like 12:30. Been awake since like before the market even opens. So, I'm gonna call it a night. Shout out to everybody though. Hope you guys have an amazing rest of your evening. We'll be back again soon. But for now, I'm out of here. Later.